Samba sama samu koyi da sashen. Amma da bari mu je da ke. A fim ne. So your own they definitely would only the mic where the people from there that. So your own they definitely only the mic. General people. Allah ba yi mina wani.
But this one, you know, go sweet us with that too. So now, still, don't get some.
Indo is stand up. But my country.
sounds you love. Take your playlist.
Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Panel on alleged corruption and other violations against the Nigerian Correctional Service. Please permit me to respectfully introduce the panel members seated here. First, we have the Chairperson and Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Interior in the person of Dr. Magdalene Ajani. You're welcome, ma'am. We also have Alhaji Nasir Usman, Director Joint Services, Ministry of Interior, who is also a member of the panel. You're welcome, sir. We also have Mrs. Omotoshe Eva, Director Legal Services, Ministry of Interior, who is also a member of the panel. You're welcome, ma. And we also have Mrs. Mudukwe Anyalechi, SA to the Minister on Paramilitary Service, who is also a member of the panel. You're welcome, ma'am. We have Dr. Ikechukwu Ezugo, who is also a member of the panel. You're welcome, sir. And then we have Dr. Uju Agomo, who is also a member of the panel and a secretary of the panel, and you're welcome, ma'am. I would just like to briefly recognize some few government agencies that are here, our invitees and guests. With us here, just wave so that we know that you're here. We have a representative from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. You're welcome. Thank you, sir. We also have representatives from the National Human Rights Commission. Are they okay? Can you wave? Okay. We have representative from the Nigerian Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA. Okay. We have representative from the Ministry of Interior. I'm sure they are here. We have a representative from the International Federation of Women's Lawyers, FIDA. They're here. Okay, you're welcome. We have a representative from the Nigerian Police Force, NPF. You're welcome. We have a representative from the Legal Aid Council of Nigeria, LACON. You're welcome. We have a representative from the National Assembly. They're here. Okay. Okay. We have a representative from NAFDAC. They're here. Okay. We also have a representative from DSS. Okay, you're welcome. And we have a representative from SPIDEL of the NBA. Okay, you're welcome. And of course, we have fully represented the Nigerian Correctional Service. You're most welcome, sirs. Okay, all right. So as we have more people join us, we also have civil society organizations here present. We acknowledge you, members of the press, media, and everyone. You're welcome to the third public hearing. Please help me make welcome for the opening remarks by the chairperson of the investigative panel, Dr. Magdalene Ajani, as she comes to give the opening remarks. You're welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all the representatives of agencies here present. I cannot tell you that I'll remember all that was mentioned by the previous speaker, but I acknowledge every one of you, members of the investigative panel, and my dear colleagues from the Ministry of Interior and Nigerian Correctional Service. Good morning and welcome to this third public hearing of the Independent Investigative Panel on alleged corruption abuse of power, and other violations against the Nigerian Correctional Service. As we gather here today, we continue a solemn but necessary process, a process driven by a collective resolve to ensure that the Nigerian Correctional Service operates in line with the highest standard of integrity, professionalism, and respect for the rights and dignity of all persons. The first and second public hearings of this panel provided important insights into the nature, scope, and patterns of the allegations brought before us. They also reaffirmed the complexity of the issues and the deep need for systemic reforms. The task before us in this third hearing is to build on those findings, deepen our investigations, and ensure that the truth is brought to light. The focus of this third public hearing will be on thematic issues. Kindly note that the mandate of this panel is clear. 1, to examine allegations of corruption, abuse of power, human rights violation, and other forms of misconduct against officials and institutions of the Nigerian Correctional Service. 2, to identify systemic gaps and weaknesses that enable such misconduct. And 3rd, to recommend actionable measures for accountability, redress, and reform. I would like to emphasize that setting up this panel is not merely an administrative exercise. It is a demonstration of the government's commitment to transparency, accountability, and justice. As the Ministry of Interior and as a nation, we recognize that the credibility of our correctional system is central to the rule of law, the security sector, and indeed to public confidence in governance. We also know that the Nigerian Correctional Service is made up of thousands of hardworking men and women who serve with dedication under often very challenging conditions. Our objective is not to tarnish the reputation of the service, but rather to strengthen it by ensuring that the actions of a few do not undermine the integrity of the whole institution. As we proceed, let us be guided by the principles of fairness, objectivity, and the rule of law. The testimonies, evidence, and submissions we will receive in the coming days will be treated with utmost seriousness. Every voice will be heard. Every fact will be examined. Every recommendation will be made in the interest of justice and institutional reform. I therefore call on all participants, the complainants, witnesses, Nigerian Correctional Service, civil society actors, the media, and members of the public to engage with this process constructively, responsibly, and in good faith. On behalf of the panel, I wish to thank the Ministry of Interior for its unwavering support, and most especially the Honorable Minister, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, for his leadership, our development partners for their technical and moral backing, and every Nigerian who has contributed to this process. Let us remember, the measure of a just society is not only how it treats the law-abiding, but also how it treats those in its custody. By strengthening accountability in our correctional system, we strengthen the very foundations of justice in Nigeria. It is on this note that I formally declare this third public hearing of the Independent Investigative Committee on alleged corruption, abuse of power, and other violations against the Nigerian Correctional Service open. I wish us all very productive deliberation and God's guidance throughout these proceedings. I want to thank the media, especially for the coverage that you have given this investigative panel from inception. Thank you very much, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Can we please a round of applause once again for the Permanent Secretary and Chairperson of the Independent Investigative Panel, Dr. Magdalene Ajani. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, next on our agenda is presentation of the scope, objectives, methodology, terms of reference of the investigative panel, and overview of the agenda, approach of the third public hearing investigative panel. This will be delivered by the secretary of the panel in the person of Dr. Uju Agomo. You're welcome, ma'am.
The chairperson of the Independent Investigative Panel and Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Interior, Dr. Magdalene Ajani, the members of the Investigative Panel, heads and representatives of heads of the various government agencies here present, and representatives of the Controller of General Nigerian Correctional Service, and indeed the full contingent of the Nigerian Correctional Service here present, the representatives of the civil society organizations and the media. And ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think that with the address of the chairperson, we have been fully positioned to flow with what this panel is about. But permit me to briefly speak on two issues. One, in terms of giving the terms of reference, and second, in terms of speaking around the structure of this particular program for this week. As the chairperson did allude to, this is the third public hearing. The first took place December 2024. The second took place 2 weeks into the month of March 2025. And now we are on the third and final public hearing. In relation to the objectives of the panel, it was stated as follows. 1, to investigate specific allegations of corruption, torture and mistreatment of inmates by correctional officers. 2, identify systemic issues that may contribute to these violations. 3, recommend concrete actions for immediate redress of the identified cases. And 4, propose medium-term and long-term policy and other reforms to prevent future occurrences. You may recall that as relates to the task that was given to the panel members on its inauguration on the 30th of September 2024. It follows as follows. To investigate allegations of corruption, torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment of inmates by correctional officers, which will include as following following specific cases. A, Mr. Idris Okuneye, widely known as Bobrisky, and to find out whether he truly served his sentence in the designated custodial center. B, to ascertain the veracity of the claim that an inmate in Kuje custodial center was intimidated, threatened, and defrauded by the officer in charge. Secondly, the panel is to examine violations of laid down rules and regulations governing the conduct of correctional officers and the treatment of inmates. Thirdly, that it's tasked to identify hindrances to the effective implementation of the Nigerian Correctional Service Act 2019, particularly regarding the actualization of the objectives under Section 2, Sub 1, A, B, and C, D, which states as follows: ensuring compliance with international human rights standards and good correctional practices. 2, providing an enabling platform for the implementation of non-custodial measures. 3, enhancing the focus on corrections and promoting the reformation, rehabilitation, and reintegration of offenders. And 4ly, establishing institutional, systemic, and sustainable mechanisms to address the high number of persons awaiting trial. The other task includes identifying activities and processes within the correctional system that encourage corruption, poor treatment, and welfare of inmates and staff, and human rights violations. Then, to provide strategic recommendations for promoting correctional best practices that align with international standards, and of course, undertake any other tasks as may be assigned by the Honorable Minister of Interior. Let me quickly mention that the first aspect of the task have been conducted, but it is important to understand that in relation to the scope, beyond looking at the 2 specific cases which was assigned to the panel, the others that are stated here in the terms of reference includes the review of all documents regarding cases of corruption, torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment reported by inmates or other credible sources brought to the attention of this panel. 2, to investigate whether correctional officers acted outside the scope of the law and correctional regulations. Then examine the organizational culture, policies, and practices within the correctional facility that may contribute to human rights violations. The other is to investigate any form of collusion or failure of oversight mechanism that may have allowed these abuses to occur. The scope also includes engaging with inmates, engaging with correctional officers, administrators, and relevant government agencies and human rights organizations to gather information and evidence. And then to propose immediate measures to address this, as well as the comprehensive reform recommend comprehensive reforms for immediate, medium, and long-term, which will help us to ensure compliance with national laws as well as international human rights standards. So it is very clear that the task includes investigation of allegations, it includes identification of corruption, enhancing activities and processes, it includes examining legal and policy implementation barriers, and then it also requires us to make the recommendation that includes also comprehensive recommendations. There are indicated immediate deliverables, medium-term deliverables, and long-term deliverables, but I'm not going to bore you with that. But to say that the methodology that the panel have embarked on includes the review of relevant documentations. It also includes field visits, and I'm happy to mention to you that as far back as November 2024, the panel and some teams made up of multidisciplinary institutions and organizations embarked on some visits to some of the custodial centers in the country. Again, from January this year to date, the panel have also carried out series of visits to correctional centers by the members of the panel. And therefore, the information gathered from these correctional service visits, which includes also visits to the state commands and interaction with inmates as well as staff. There are, of course, other interviews and consultations that have been carried out. This public hearing is one of the strategies that the panel is embarking on, which is also falls within the terms of reference that was assigned to it. The panel also is tasked to ensure that there is data analysis as well as very strong stakeholder engagement. I am happy to say that all of these processes have been followed through. And basically, to also clearly state that in all of the places where we have gone, but the access that have been given by the Correctional Service have not really been hampered. We have received full collaboration of the Nigerian Correctional Service in terms of having access to all places of the correctional centers that are located in all places across the country without hindrance. Also, having them participate fully in all of the sessions, including this particular panel. Let me very briefly mention the approach that is going to happen here. You may recall that at the very first public hearing that took place in December 2024. We were able to receive publicly the reports of the initial visits to custodial centers that were designated in 8 locations. And those locations include all of the states, Kano State, Plateau State, Abia State, Anambra, Lagos State, Edo State, Adamawa, and of course the FCT. And we had comments from the public which determined whether we could adopt those reports from the field or not. During the second public hearing, the approach was slightly different. During the second public hearing, we were able to receive specific complaints and treated those specific complaints in addition to dealing with some of the thematic issues. For the third public hearing, the approach will be as follows. The focus from today, Monday the 11th of August 2025 to Thursday the 14th of August 2025 will be a public hearing on different issues, and those issues have been sent along with the invitation letters that you received. And if you require to see those full details of all of the issues that will be seen or dealt with from Monday to Thursday, I will encourage you to please visit the registration desk to be able to see that. Now, what we will be doing during these 4 days will be mainly to treat thematic issues. And those thematic issues are what are listed from today to Thursday, Thursday the 14th. We will expect you to sign up speakers list if you wish to make a presentation on any of the thematic issues. Please kindly register on the speakers list indicating the particular issue you will be making your presentation during. And then also submit your soft copy and physical copies. If your physical copies can be up to 7, okay, but even if it's not, ensure that at least you have 1 physical copy along with soft copy registered with the registration desk where the speakers list will be taken. Remember, I'm saying that in the speakers list, kindly indicate which day you want to speak, under what issue you want to speak, and the name of your organization, and of course, submit what you want to say. The panel is very interested in receiving as many voices as the chairperson have mentioned. We want to hear as many people as possible speak to us on these matters. I also would like to mention to you that we will have a special session on Friday the 15th, and that special session will be able to address certain sensitive matters on the issue, and that will be strictly on invitation. If you're invited to attend that date, then that is the only time you would attend. But otherwise, that date will not be open to public live streaming. For today till to Thursday, there is availability of live streaming, so feel free to share the link. We will also leave the details about the live streaming at the registration desk so that you can take it and share across your various platforms, including all of your staff or colleagues that are in other parts of the country or beyond Nigeria. It is important that we're stressing this because it is the intent of the panel to ensure that there is clear transparency, openness, and that many people have the opportunity to be engaged in this process and to observe what is happening in this process. Again, as the chairperson said, this is a very important opportunity for Nigeria. And we're looking forward to full participation. And it is important also to say that there will be next week a continuation of the finalization of the complaints, and those persons who had sent in complaints, they will be able to receive their specific invitation indicating the date for coming solution. Let me end this presentation to say I want to thank you all for coming. We will also encourage you not to make noise because you can see that there's a lot of people in this room, secretary, support staff. They will be available and they will be visible. Again, we look up to you for participation, and because we know through your participation and through all of the important things that will happen this week and beyond, the panel will be posed to bring in the kind of report that will make Nigeria have the kind of Nigerian Correctional Service that we all will be proud of. Thank you again, and may God bless Nigeria.
A round of applause once more again for the Secretary of the Independent Investigative Panel, person of Dr. Oju Agomo. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, so we'll be moving into the presentations now. Okay, so the first from the agenda, next is presentation from the Nigerian Correctional Service on the thematic issues for the day. Please, I make welcome a representative from the Nigerian Correctional Service. You're welcome, sirs.
The permanent secretary and the chairman of this investigative panel. I bring greetings and good tidings from the Controller General of Nigerian Correctional Service, Mr. Sylvester Ndidi Nwakuche, MFR, MNI. He will have been here by himself, but for another pressing official matter, he sends his apology. He is ably represented by the Secretariat, led by my humble self, Ibrahim Idris, DCG covering duty, ITP, inmates training and productivity. Today's thematic delivery will be on health and welfare. The directorate is being headed by Dr. Abdullah Shehu, who will come and deliver the message from the CGC. Thank you, ma'am.
The permanent secretary and chairman investigative panel, members of the investigative panel, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Like I was introduced by the representative of the CG, I'm overseeing the Health and Welfare Directorate. My name is Abdullah Shehu. The chairperson and members of the panel, I have with me a team from the Health and Welfare Directorate who will try as much as we can to respond to issues raised therein on this panel. And we are going to focus on 3 issues, the thematic areas presented to us, that is the children and young persons in custody. We are guided by the Nigerian Correctional Service Act 2019, Section 34, subsection 1. Young offenders shall not be kept in adult custodial facilities. The Act permits separate male and female postal training institutions for juvenile offenders in all. Currently, we have only male postal training institutions in 6 states across the Federation. These are Nabekuta, Ilorin, Kaduna, Kwakpo, Enugu, and Kano. Out of these, only 3 are functional, namely Kaduna, Abeokuta, and Ilorin postal institutions. In these facilities, reformation, rehabilitation, and reintegration are being carried out according to the provision of the Act I mentioned earlier. Postal is an alternative to incarceration for juvenile offenders. Our standing orders, number 174, 176, 178, 179, 180, and 181, states that adequate information shall be collected on the young offenders, and this shall serve as the guide for their classification and development for programs of interventions. This is what we are currently doing in our postal training institutions. The Nigerian Correctional Service has a healthy collaboration with the administration of remand homes in states and approved schools and other relevant government institutions like the police, NAPTIP, the courts, and NDLEA in areas of vocational and educational training to foster reformation, rehabilitation, and reintegration and information sharing. The Nigerian Correctional Service does not engage in any informal places of deprivation of liberty for children and young persons. With this, to serve as a guide to what we are doing, and our framework is based on the legal provisions, administrative, welfare, and medical services we render to these inmates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, the DCG. We're now moving to, that is supposed to be responses and reflections, not like the election, reflections and recommendations. So I would want to ask, with the permission of the chair, if there are people who would like to speak on this subject matter. Now it's about the theme on children and young persons in custody. We're looking at examining what are the conditions of our facilities that are holding juveniles, and what are the compliance rates in relation to child protection laws and also administration of alternatives to castration for minors. Or you can also address questions directly to the presentation of the Correctional Service. Once you finish the panel, we'll then ask its own questions. Are they? So we have the listing that the Nigerian Association of Clinical Psychology and the Nigerian Psychological Association would like to make a presentation on this subject matter. If this is the correct position, can we have them? Ms. Dr. Abigail Oni, who is representing the Nigerian Association of Clinical Psychologists, as well as the Nigerian Psychological Association. Please, if you're here, please. Thank you, ma'am. The chairperson is applauding you.
Good morning, distinguished members of the investigative panel. Happy to be here at the third hearing. So this is a joint statement by the Nigerian Association of Clinical Psychologists, NSCP, and the Nigerian Psychological Association, NPA, on the third public hearing of the Independent Investigative Panel on alleged corruption, abuse of power, torture, cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment against the Nigerian Correctional Service. The chairperson of the investigative panel, Dr. Magdalene Ajani, Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Interior, Dr. Uju Ogomo, Panel Secretary, and distinguished members of the investigative panel, respected stakeholders and the media, I greet you this morning. I am Dr. Abigail Uni, a clinical psychologist, trauma, and inner child healing specialist. And today I am standing on behalf of the NSCP as the Public Relations Officer for Abuja chapter and representing NPA as a full member as well. The NSCP and NPA commend the tireless dedication of psychologists across the nation and also extend deep appreciation to the Independent Investigative Panel for creating a platform to address systemic concerns within the Nigerian Correctional Service. We also acknowledge and celebrate the ongoing plenary sessions and reformed focus dialogues, an encouraging sign of commitment towards a more humane, rehabilitative, and effective correctional system. We recognize the significant strides made so far in policy engagement, professional advocacy, and the joint or the pursuit of systemic change. Our joint association remains committed to contributing our expertise in mental health, behavioral sciences, and trauma recovery to drive meaningful reform. On separation of minors from adult inmates, both associations reiterate that under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the age of criminal responsibility and conviction is 18 years and above. The presence of minors in adult correctional facilities is unacceptable and must be addressed urgently. Our professional assessment shows that children housed in adult facilities face severe emotional, psychological, and developmental harm. We therefore strongly recommend the following. Immediate relocation of all underage detainees to appropriate remand homes or juvenile correctional facilities. Establishment of remand centers in every senatorial district to ensure accessible, safe, and rehabilitative care for minors. Holistic profiling of all inmates with minors and psychologically vulnerable individuals identified and separated from the general adult prison population. Comprehensive drug and mental health assessment programs for minors alongside rehabilitative interventions and family reintegration support. Correctional facilities must provide rehabilitation over mere detention. Currently, the scope and quality of rehabilitation programs in many facilities are insufficient to produce meaningful behavioral change. We recommend structured, evidence-based rehabilitation programs led by the qualified psychologist with measurable outcomes. Community mobilization and sensitization campaigns to reduce stigma, promote acceptance, and support reintegration of former inmates. Post-release psychological follow-up, including vocational and life skills training to lower recidivism rates and promote societal stability. On the protection of children in female correctional facilities, I want you to know that children born to female inmates or detained alongside their mothers face unique developmental risk. We are talking about ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. We urge the government to remove children under 18 from adult facilities, provide specialized care centers, or approve orphanages with psychological and medical support. Address the root cause of juvenile offending, including parental neglect, broken homes, and exposure to drug abuse through early intervention programs and increased development of clinical psychologists. Mental health in correctional facilities. The treatment of inmates with mental health conditions requires a comprehensive, trauma-informed approach that upholds dignity, safety, and rehabilitation. This includes hiring adequate number of trained psychologists to assess, treat, and support inmates, providing access to counseling, psychiatric care, education, and vocational training, ensuring that inmates with mental illness or disabilities are protected from abuse and have tailored rehabilitation plans. We have a special considerations for people on death row, mental disabilities, and physical illness. We are recommending for death row inmates, they do require psychological profiling, behavioral assessment, and trauma-focused interventions, all of which are the professional domain of clinical psychologists. Mental health support. Many death row inmates experience severe trauma post-judgment. Targeted therapy must be available. Physical illness. The government must ensure adequate medical infrastructure and timely access to treatment. Parole and non-custodial measures. We hope for effective reintegration, which requires strong parole systems and non-custodial alternatives that focus on behavior modification, skill acquisition, and community acceptance. These programs must be properly funded, professionally staffed, and evaluated for impact. Our joint recommendations. The NSCP and the NPA jointly recommend the following. Recruitment of more psychologists to address manpower shortages, prevent burnout, and improve service delivery. Decongestion of facilities through judicial reforms to address delays. Provision of adequate logistics, including operational vehicles, to enhance service delivery. Increased funding for rehabilitation, mental health, and reintegration programs. Standardized nationwide evaluation of all correctional programs, including those focused on skills training, de-radicalization, education, and drug rehabilitation. Continuous training and retraining of custodial officers on trauma-informed care and mental health awareness. Greater investment in non-custodial detention and parole services, with psychologists playing central roles in rehabilitation design and monitoring. The NSCP and NPA remain steadfast in our commitment to every Nigerian and to Nigerian correctional system that is rehabilitative, humane, and aligned with global best practices. We deeply value the ongoing reform of conversations and pledge our continued professional expertise to ensure these efforts translate into real, lasting change, and we are always available when called upon. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think we will open up. The chair would direct, because I don't see any more organization indicating to take the floor. But we will ask some questions, and there are some issues you raised that I believe maybe the days for those issues will raise it. But for now, we would focus on that aspect on children. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Okay. We would have some questions that requires clarifications from the Correctional Service presentation. And I see a hand up. So this which organization? Okay. Now, can you, okay. So, we need to, is the media questions for the Correctional Service? Okay, so we take all of the questions together, and then the Correctional Service will respond them before the panel will then ask their questions on the presentation of the Correctional Service.
Okay. Okay, yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nuruddin Olanrewaju Hassan. I work as the Programs Manager at Behind Bars Africa, and this has been a very wonderful event to open our eyes on a lot of things. My question goes to the Nigerian Correctional Service. We've been working with them for almost 8 years now, and we've seen some improvement. However, my question around children in incarceration still is about, from the last End Bad Governance protest that we had, we saw that a lot of children were arrested, even when those children claimed that they were children, mentioning their ages, we still saw them in correctional facilities. What is the Nigerian Correctional Facility planning to do in terms of making sure that that is reduced? There was even a case that we saw recently on Twitter about a lawyer working with a 21 or 22-year-old boy. He was arrested when he was 12, which means he looks like a minor, talks like a minor, feels like a minor, and still kept in the Nigerian Correctional Service place for over a decade. How does the Nigerian Correctional Service plan to curb that in making sure that, they don't go into those kind of places and maybe then to the Boster homes? Thank you very much.
I think there's one more question from the Correctional Service. These are the questions from
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joke Adisa, and I report for TBC News. And my question goes to the Nigerian Correctional Service, and it has to do with figures, statistics. What is the data that we should be talking about of minors in detention, in custody? And he also spoke about 3 of the training centers functional. So how many of these minors are actually being trained now, so that we can actually have a hint into what they are going through in detention? Thank you.
The whole question. Yes. Should I be standing? The Permanent Secretary, Chairman of the Investigative Panel, members of the panel, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and the press, good morning. The question asks, the first question is about finding a juvenile in correctional service. And the person that asked the question also gave an instance describing how he confirmed a child or a young person found in Nigerian Correctional Service and stayed for a decade. Sometimes the court that will bring this child, because the child comes with a document, which is the warrant. And in most cases, a information about the child is always stated on the warrant. And if it is in an adult custodial center, sometimes it is argued with the police that brings that child. And beyond reasonable doubt, if the police will explain why such child is being brought to correctional or to an adult correctional custodial center, depending on the officers on duty. But for this particular child that stayed for a decade, I think there is something in it that that child ordinarily is supposed to be in a postal institution. But however, the child, the information about the child too depends on how we got or how that information was presented before the correctional officer. And to solve all these problems, some of these inmates received in custodial center that are adult custodial center is as a result of lack of nearby postal institution close to those areas. Now that we have only about 3 that is functional, 1 in Kaduna, 1 in Ilorin, and 1 in Abeokuta. The area in which this question is coming from could be from around Maiduguri, Bauchi, where such inmate or such child may not be transferred to Kaduna based on some of the funds or challenges of course, and the child may be admitted in an adult custodial center. The second question is about the data. The data or the custodial centers, that is the postal institutions, the capacity of Kaduna is supposed to be, it is 288. Ilorin is 250. Abeokuta is 250. But because of lack of these institutions, we have this inmate overcapacity, except for that of Ilorin. Ilorin is 222 as of open out as from Monday. It's today that the new open out is supposed to be transmitted to the national headquarters. So as for today, the open out of Ilorin is 223, below capacity. I think that answers the question of the second person. Yes. Thank you.
I want to put the record straight. During the last end of bad governance protest, there was no minor that was admitted into Nigerian Correctional Service. No single minor was admitted into Nigerian Correctional Service. There was an attempt, but when they were brought, because of the age, we did not admit the inmates. So they were at the police station or headquarters throughout the time they were on remand. They were never admitted into Kuje Custodial Center. That is number one. Number two, the postal institutions we have in Nigeria that are functioning today are just 3: Kaduna, Ilorin, and Abeokuta. Out of these 3, It's only Abeokuta that is gazetted to take inmates on remand. As for Kaduna, it's only those that were committed by Chief Magistrate Courts to go and study and be industrious. Those are the ones. If you go to Kaduna today, you will not find a single inmate that is on remand, that is an awaiting trial. If you go to Abeokuta, they are gazetted to do so. If you go to Ilorin, you are not going to find inmates or awaiting trial young people less than 18, you will not find them. So it's only Abeokuta that is gazetted for that duty. Meanwhile, all the demands that has to do with young offenders that are less than 18 are actually supposed to go to the state governors. The establishment of remand homes is at the purview, is the duty, constitutional duty of the state governors, even before now. In the past, virtually all the state governors have remand homes. In these remand homes, anybody that is not up to 18, even if you commit robbery or murder case, they are taken to the remand homes, not to the prison. It is when they attain the age of majority or maturity that they will now be transferred to the prisons for them to answer the offense they have committed. Unfortunately, as we speak, most of the states' remand homes are not functioning. So there's this temptation to transfer some of these offenders that are less than 18 to the corrections. But especially because of this very panel, when the last one happened, with all the persuasions from very high, from the highest quarters, we did not take any of these minors into custody at Kuje. And all over the country, it is being drummed to the ear of the correctional officers not to take anybody that is under 18. So please, this panel will do us a lot of good if they can get in contact with the state governors. Let them rejuvenate their remand homes so that young offenders can be put there. In Kano, instead of bringing those people to Kuje, there is a remand home at Gorondute. So if it is well managed, these young people can be there. When they reach 18, they now go to whatever they are supposed to. They answer to the offenses. Even the boasters, the age is not limited to 18. It goes up to, I think, 21. So as young people that refuse to listen to their parents, the parents, it's not all of them that are even offenders or criminals. Sometimes the parents go to Chief Magistrate Courts to say, this my child is a truant, he doesn't listen to me, please commit him to boaster. That is why we call them students. They are not inmates. We don't call them inmates. They are students. And the way we administer them is different. Even the uniform of our staff that work in that place is different. And there are specialists like psychologists and other professionals, guidance and counselors, whatever. All of them are there. So my appeal, sir, and the issue of my appeal to the panel is that we have sometimes pregnant women are brought to custodial centers. Nobody gets pregnant when they are in the custodial centers. Because yes, we are sure. The moment they come, okay, that is tomorrow. But since there is opportunity, let us give the information. Some people may not be here. The moment a female is brought to the custodial center, pregnancy test is conducted immediately with immediate alacrity to ensure that the person is free. But when these children, for example, those that are less than 2 years, since we have opportunity to talk on them, please, we want to we want to appeal to the government that when we are doing budgeting for ration, the food for the inmates, they should help us consider these children too. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Panel members will ask questions now, and yes. So the panel members, I mean, is that the chairperson wants to know whether everybody has spoken on this issue? All of the people who wanted, okay, the panel members will ask questions now, make comments. Because I wanted to.
Thank you very much, the panel chairperson, and everybody in attendance. One of the beautiful things of what we are doing with this panel is that we are not just sitting here to look at records or to listen to talks. We have practically visited most of the states. My team visited Abeokuta because, like you said, there are 3 Bostal institutions working currently in the country: Abeokuta, Ilorin, and Kaduna. My team visited Abeokuta and also visited Ilorin. There were observations we made. The essence of discussing this observation is not to contradict or to indict, so that we can be able to build strategies on how we can address them. And there are 2 classes of people, even before the Abeokuta and the Ilorin. In proper correctional service or correctional centers, we found minors there. Virtually all of them. But we can't put that blame directly on correctional service, because your duty is not to investigate. You admit on the basis of warrant presented to you. But we were looking at, is there no possibility that when you see obvious signs that somebody is a minor and the warrant is presenting something different, is there no possibility that the correctional service officers can take certain actions within the of the act to help to see that those minors are rescued? And thank God this involves stakeholders' engagement. Part of the things we observed is that some of them that were brought in either by vigilante, by police, or other agencies, where there are no Bostal institutions or where there are other motives that we can't see, will amend their age in the warrant and compel them to accept the age. Even when they refuse to accept, some were threatened, for the information we got, that if you go to that place or court and say you are under 18 and they return you back here, we will arrest you. Which also, by accepting them, we think also the correctional service has done something good, at least to safeguard their lives. But what we are now looking at is what can be done after you have received them and you saw that they are minors, and they also tell you they are minors. We had 1 or 2 cases where a correctional service officer had to ask for certain details, including the primary school where the child was attending, and got some certificates and birth registration and used it together with the lawyer. We also had an issue where a correctional officer tried to help, and the feedback from the judge is, what is your interest? So, but hence we are engaging. We really will want to see what can be done about this. That's one aspect. Now, the second aspect is that currently what we saw in the Bostal institutions require a lot of change. It is completely different from what we saw on paper and the things we are discussing here. Some Bostal institutions we went to,
the condition of the institution is worse than the correctional service. In terms of infrastructure, some, they don't even have the training, the classrooms, the vocational training courses. Some they have, but they are completely locked up because there is no personnel training them, no equipment, no materials to learn. Some places we got in, they are saying to us, look, all we just do here is they lock us up and then bring us up to eat when we are to eat, and nothing more. I'm not saying what people told us. We have reports on this. And also, in some of the Bostal institutions, we also discovered that there's a lot of, I don't know whether it's part of the system that some parents can just obtain warrant from anywhere. Because we got to a point where some children told us they were never taken to court. But there were warrants. The people who brought them presented warrants, but they never saw court. So I don't know what can be done about it. And now you also have talked about the age limit. Are you with me, sir?
Yeah.
You've talked about the age limit being 21, isn't it? Yes. For Bostal centers. In a particular Bostal center we went, we saw 43. We saw people who have 2 children already. It wasn't that they had the children as minors. In fact, more than 70% of the people in the Bostal home were more than 30 years old. Eloren, you were part of the team. Eloren, by the time we take inventory on first hostel, second hostel, third hostel, it looks like they told them the 4th hostel we got to, none of them refused to say their age. But when you see them, some of them, if I senior them, I'm not sure say go past 10 years. So the children we saw were about less than 25%. And not only that they are less than 25%, the classification was also a problem. So some children that were 10 years old were living in the same room with other adults that are over 25, 30 years old. It was one of the adults that accosted us to say, look, I don't think we are doing these children any good. Because the kind of conversations we're having here, some of them came just because either they are truant, their parents reported that they are playing truancy, or they are lying, or they are stealing. But most of us here at this age were brought in because of drug and substance abuse. And when we sit here to discuss, some were even involved in robbery. When we sit here to discuss, some of us are saying, oh, the last drug I took, this is how I felt about it. This is how good it is. And if these children by 10 years who have not tested those drugs were watching and listening, in their imagination, they'll be wishing once they go out, maximum 3 years, they will go out. So the first thing is to go and test. So, but if there is a separation, and maybe if we're putting an adult, we can put that adult as a chaperone to look after them. And then we know that that adult is trained also to help to mentor those children. That will be a different thing. So there are a whole lot of issues that what we are doing in our Bostal institutions need to be critically reevaluated. Because we're not seeing, in the 2 we went to, there was nothing like training. There was nothing like training. They were just locked up. And then there is also a lot of money exchange going on, where people pay money to bring in their family members, and they also pay money to take them out when they are out. So possibly that could be the reason why we're having people that are 43, 40, I think 43 was the oldest we got, 43, 38, 35, 37, 28. Because those who are administering those institutions cannot say that they did not see what we saw with respect to the age of those people. Even to the extent that the people by themselves are saying, no, we are not underage. Some of them that have not been to prison were saying, we prefer to be in prison than to be here. For you to see that the reformation in that institution is a problem, and something critical needs to be done about it. So please, I want to stop here so that I can give room for others to speak. But I just decided to put this forward so that we don't go home thinking everything is well. And whatever that can be done immediately, we can start them immediately. That's the whole idea, so that we can start that immediately to see what recovery can be made, because this involves lives of children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would just refer to some sections of the Nigerian Correctional Service Act and also of the standing order that was also mentioned. And the question will really be more like, from the perspective of the Correctional Service, what are the concrete things that can be done? So the first is, if you look at, maybe we can do it together. Let's look at section 35 of the Nigerian Correctional Service Act of 2019. Section 35, subsection 1 clearly announces that young offenders shall not be kept in adult custodial facilities. Yeah? And subsection 2 says that the correctional service shall establish separate male and female Boston training institutions for juvenile offenders in all the states of the Federation. And their treatment, including rehabilitation, shall be the underlying principles for the custody. The same is actually supported by the standing order. The standing order clearly also repeated this. So if you look at, and I think the presentation of the Correctional Service made mention of this one, 173, the standing order, 173 talks about the Correctional Service shall establish separate male and female Boston training institutions for juvenile offenders in all states of the Federation, including the Federal Capital Territory. And then you now have section 175 saying juveniles shall not be kept in adult custodial facilities. Separate institutions shall be designated for young offenders, and these shall serve as rehabilitation and correctional centers for the purpose of processing, confinement, and treatment of juveniles and young offenders. Now, the question I want to, then there's a third one I want to mention, and then I will ask the questions. Look at 181 of the standing order custodial, the Nigerian Correctional Service. It says all custodial officers, especially those that serve in custodial institutions, shall be trained on juvenile psychology and effective management of young offenders. So let me start from the last bit. We wanted to know if it is possible to share with us the specific kinds of training that the officers that are sent to be part of the administrators or instructors or trainers, whatever it is, in the various training institutions, the ones that are at least currently existing, the ones that are functional. Can you let us know what is the process, what kind of training, and if it is not meeting to this provision, is what can be done to help make this happen? Because that is one aspect that will ensure that even the facility meets the standard. So that's one aspect. So that is one thing it would be good to hear from you. The second, flowing from that, is what is the process of admitting persons to this facility? Because even in the presentation of the Correctional Service, you did mention about how sometimes the parents are bringing, So what's the justification? What is the process? Who determines what? And from your view, what do you suggest to be done? Because obviously, in the way you're talking, you also mentioned the steps taken by other agencies what should the correctional service do or not do that will help us address this particular point? The third, flowing from this, is this issue which both the Correctional Service Act of 2019 and your standing order has specifically talked about the segregation or class of the gender of those who stay in the young offenders facilities, in this case the postal. They say male and female, and in your presentation you told us everything they're all male postal institution. So I see two things happening here. One, if there be any female who needs to be put in a young offenders facility, automatically, you know that female will be going somewhere else, other than that postal. It's either you tell the female, go, don't bother coming anywhere here, or you put in the person in the adult facility. But ab initio, it must happen because you do not have a facility for the children. So I just wanted us to be that. That's one. The second thing is talking about all correctional centers. And I'm thinking, and this brings the other question, which is there any relationship with state agencies that process, treat, and detain young offenders in the state? In this case, I'm talking about remand homes. I'm aware that we do have remand homes in about 29 states in the country. The standards may be different. So perhaps, is there some kind of anything happening in terms of relationship, in terms of possible even oversight of them, you know? And in relation to this remand home, you know why I'm also thinking of that? All of us realized that on the 17th of March, 2023, there was the move of the Nigerian Correctional Service from the exclusive legislative list to the concurrent legislative list. So which means there need to be now more and more collaboration between the federal and the state. So is there something that is already been happening or you suggest should happen? And in each of these things, please do let us know what can be done for the correctional service to make it work. So if you are supposed to have a female facility and you don't, what will make it work? Is it that you don't put it in your budget? Or is it that you are going to put it, we really want to see this in very practical terms. And the final question here speaks to this issue about the dilemma that comes, because if you take section 13 of the Nigerian Correctional Service, it's very clear. The section 13 of the Nigerian Correctional Service Act of 2019. And here I am looking at subsection 3. It says, a superintendent shall refuse to admit any person brought in, A, with a severe bodily injury, B, any person who is, 1, mentally unstable or in unconscious state of mind, or underage. Now, for that underage, it goes on under subsection 4 of the same section. It says the superintendent, for the purpose of subsection 3, A, shall ensure due documentation of the name, dates, and other particulars relating to the person that was refused admission, and the officer and agency that presented the person for the admission into custody. B, shall render immediate returns on documentation made under paragraph A to the State Controller of Correctional Service. And then C, may rely on relevant professionals in the determination of the state of mind, age, or physical bodily condition as presented. Now asking for a consulting expert to determine the age of the person. So again, all of these have been put forward before you. There is clearly what your law, the standing order says, and what the Nigerian Correctional Service Act says. So if it's possible to speak to this and tell us what kind of support, what kind of steps that needs to be taken, what can be done to make the correctional service live at these sessions. Thank you, sir.
the training of Bosta institution staff. Most of the teachers or instructors or the staff of Bosta institutions are actually teachers. Majority of them are teachers, because schooling, especially from SS1 to 3, JAMB, WAEC, and others, they form more than 70% of what we do in Bosta institutions. So most of the people there are actually teachers. Teachers have training in psychology. They also have in guidance and counseling. Apart from teachers, we also recruit social workers, most of them that have diplomas and certificates at the lower level, level 5, assistant inspector, and others. In those days, when recruitment was decentralized, was in a decentralized format, places like Bosta, they used to be under the state commands. In Kaduna, for example, when recruitment is being made, special attention is given to places like Bosta institutions, and people with social welfare courses background. Social workers are given opportunities. And at the higher level too, you have psychologists populated in those institutions too. So we want the chairperson to assist in this situation. There's an ongoing recruitment process. We want these training institutions, Bosta training institutions, to be given a special space. There are many of the applicants with this type of background, either NCE or social workers. They form the bulk of the workers in this institution. Apart from that, training programs too. During programs of recruitment training, 6 months training, we do include this as part of the curriculum in the training institutions. Virtually all the staff have the knowledge of how Bosta institutions are being run. So for some time, the recruitment exercise has been centralized, and it affects the caliber and the background of the people working at Bosta institutions. I am sorry to say this, but most of them may not ordinarily have been there if the recruitment exercise were to be decentralized in such a way that this is taken into consideration. So the admission of students, just as I said earlier, the 3 Bosta institutions we have in Nigeria is only one. It's only Abeokuta that is gazetted to take inmates that are on awaiting trial. That is, people that are less than 18-year-old and they found themselves at the other side of the law. They are part of the people that are supposed to stay in Abeokuta custodial centers. But I'm not sure even the agencies around that place are making use of them, or whether they are even aware that the Bosta at Abeokuta is supposed to take underage offenders. So maybe the courts have to be given this sensitization. Meanwhile, the Ilorin and Kaduna, they are not even gazetted. And to the best of my knowledge, they don't take offenders that are less than 18. The people they take are between 17 16, and so up to 22. I'm not sure even if it is up to 23, but I'm sure of 21. So the process is individual parents approach the court. They approach the court. There are chief magistrate courts that are designated in every state as juvenile courts. So when they sit as juvenile courts, these parents approach them, they check the wards, and they commit them to booster institutions as the case may be. When the admission process is in progress, we in the custodian, we the correctional officers, we don't have opportunity of sitting with the chief magistrates. And in most cases, these sittings, because most of these people are underage, is done in the chambers. It's not open to the public. So because of the interest of the juvenile, to protect the juvenile. So the decision is solely that of the court. Whether the person is 17 or is 16 or is 18 or 22 or up to 23, it is solely the decision of the court. What they write is the age on the warrant. And the court, we hold them in high esteem, such that when anything they bring in the warrants, we have to respect them. However, there are situations where the thing is glaring. When the situation is glaring that the person is underage, in most cases, we take them back to the court. And in more than 70% of cases, the court will say they should invite the parent. Whatever the parent says the age, it is taken into consideration. I have personally engaged in this, and courts have been of help. And in case the courts are sort of recalcitrant, we have always called on lawyers to assist in this situation. They present evidence, and the issue is resolved. We also have medical doctors in custodial centers. When issues of age happen, at times the dentists, I'm not a dentist, but I understand that there is a way they can test an inmate and be able to say whether the person is up to a particular age or not. We use that type of opportunity too. We have a dentist here. Maybe when I finish, whether she can throw light on this. So, gender boosters. We have been futuristic for the past 5 years or thereabout. Kano Central Custodial Center has been designated as the first female booster institution in Nigeria. The inmates there are supposed to be relocated to the newly constructed 3,000 capacity custodial center at Janguza in Kano. Unfortunately, there are the issues with that custodial center. We have been able to put some inmates there, but some adult inmates are still present in Kano Central. So because of that, in fact, the CG posted the principal there to take care of the institution. But up till now, the principal has not been able to do much because adult inmates are still inside that place. The moment those ones are evacuated, the first female, it has been gazetted. It is just waiting to take off in Kano. Kano Central is behind Emir's Palace in Kano, has been gazetted for the first female booster institution in Nigeria. As for the pregnant women and the young adults that are involved in violent offenses too, there is a place in Suleja that has been designated to take care of violent juveniles. That one is there, and unfortunately too, it has been gazetted, but we have not been able to put inmates there. because of the location and some structural adjustments that has not taken place there. So if we have opportunity of taking care of bringing the 3,000 capacity to full completion, and all the buildings and 3,000 capacity at Janguza start working today, the first female booster institution will start working today. So we urge the Honorable Chairperson and the panel to help us take this back to the Honorable Minister so that the Janguza 3,000 capacity can be brought to fruition, so that the first booster institution will start as well. Then, for state agencies, even the one in Suleja 2, we urge the Honorable Panel to visit Suleja 2, visit the place that is meant for violent juveniles and women. The structures are there. You just need one or two things. By the time there's enough resources to take care of that, then we'll be able to, because it's very difficult for the authorities to see that somebody is a violent offender. If they say a juvenile 16, 17 is caught participating in robbery, he has killed people, it will be very, very immoral for the corrections to insist that that person should be let loose on the public. So on the consideration of that, sometimes it is a very difficult decision to take. So but if you have all these institutions on ground, if you have the woman in Kano, you have the Suleja edifice completed, then whether the person is from Maiduguri or from Calabar, you can easily transport the person to the place, since Nigerian Correctional Service is a federal institution. Then the state agencies, especially the remand homes. When we joined the service virtually over 30 years ago, there is no state in Nigeria that was not having these remand homes. And they were functioning very well, extremely well. Unfortunately, over the years, they went into extinction. Some states are trying to bring them back. And the way they are, they cannot take juvenile offenders. For example, I know of a state, maybe I should not mention the name, the place, the only security personnel there is Megad, an elderly person, is put in charge of these children. The food that we complain about in the corrections, in some of these juvenile homes, is 1 million times worse, such that they have to come and scavenge from the nearby prisons to take to the remand homes. When the children at remand homes are sick, it is from the prison, from the custodial centers, that you come to borrow paracetamol and other drugs to give to them. That is the type of remand homes we have today. It is when it is 12 o'clock, I personally witnessed this, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that one woman will just come in. What are they going to eat today? Oh yeah, go and buy 1 bowl of rice, go and buy small vegetable, oh yeah, cook and give to them. They hardly eat 3 times like we do in the custodial centers. So the remand homes, even where they exist, they are paper tigers. They are not actually functioning. So for this issue, because if you treat a disease, if you treat the symptoms without the root cause, the disease will continue to come back. If you say you don't want underage in custodial centers, create a place where they will be. And the right place for them to be is remand homes. So please, we want the Honorable Panel to assist us to encourage all the state governors to build and maintain a standard remand home, not a rickety one, that you have one megad. In a particular place, the boys went on rampage in the night. They tied the megad, over 70-year-old man, and he was the only person there. They tied him, and all of them escaped. And it's on record. The papers carried it. So the way it is now, we hardly have any oversight on remand homes, except to assist them. But in the past, when they come of age, they transfer them to custodial centers. We have that relationship before, but now there's nothing like that. Then section 13 sub 3. Yeah, we have been given the power of rejection of inmates. That is true. And as much as possible, the corrections have been trying to do this. By this section, I urge the Honorable Panel to assist us through a very serious workshop to bring the judiciary and corrections together. Because there's no small court. Even if you're a professor of law and you appear before an area court, even if the person is not a graduate of law, if he cites you for contempt, there's nothing you can do. In many cases, we have tried to embark on this journey of rejecting inmates. There are times that many of us have found ourselves at the other side of the law. The judges have the power to issue bench warrants on correctional officers if they try to do this. Before you can say whether they are right or wrong, the hunter will become hunted. So to avoid this, I'm sure if there is a parley between us and they get to the lowest level, maybe this section 13 sub 3 will work. But for now, we are trying our best. But with that type of intervention, maybe it will work better. Thank you very much.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the Kurumawa Correctional Center, despite the fact that it has been gazetted to be converted to postal institution,
yes,
that recently the Kano State Governor is planning to convert it to museum? It's here. It's here.
Okay.
You can see it.
I'm not aware, but these type of issues are not new. In most of the places where we have very old custodial centers, many of the indigenes of those places, there are suits, there are a lot of cases that has to do with the state government or the local chiefs, emirs, wanting to take back the custodial centers that are close to their palaces, or that they will believe, they have the feeling that it's for the family. But most of these custodial centers, they are duly gazetted. If you go to the land registries, you find correct information about them. Once a federal government acquire a land for a particular purpose, and they have not relinquished that land, and there's no agreement on it, there's no way a state authority or a chiefdom or an emirate system or a particular family can reclaim that land. Even if we pack from that place to another place, we always have a way of converting the old place to another something. So the gazette that was done by federal government supersedes the interest of Kano State government. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, DCG. Yes, you are going to be standing there because
this is Actima. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. You'll have to stand because the live streaming can only capture this part due to limited space in the room.
Yes, ma'am.
So the Kumawa, so I'm starting from the last place. The Kumawa prison, is it an existing prison right now? Do we have inmates there?
Yes, ma'am. More than 1,000 inmates are there.
More than 1,000.
Females awaiting trial, convicted, long time, everybody, they are there. It's only, I'm not sure those that are in the new place are up to 200 to maintain the new place.
Okay, so the new 3,000 capacity is already in use?
It's already in use, but because of the structures, there are problems in plumbing and a lot of structural issues. And the population of the staff too. If you have the custodial center, the Janguza, it's a very mighty place, such that if you need 100 to maintain security at Kurumawa, close to the Emir Palace, if you pack these inmates to the new place, you need not less than 300 to be able, or even more, to maintain the security of that place. It's a very mighty place. So it needs a lot of staff, and the staff in Kano now may not be able, they don't have that number now.
So is that the reason why we're not using it effectively, or because there are still some structural defects?
All of the above, ma'am.
No, what is the all of the above? I need to have a clear understanding.
Both structural issues and the staff strength. Both.
So what are those structural issues?
These ones can be answered by the Works Department.
Okay, is there Works Department here?
No, they are not here. We'll take the information back to CG.
Who constructed the 3,000 capacity?
Contractors that by the ministry and the corrections.
By the ministry?
And the corrections.
I'm not aware of it as a ministry.
No, the last administration actually...
when was it completed?
It was completed in the year 2023. 2023, it was Commission 2023.
Commission 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
The contractors are still alive?
They must be.
They are still alive?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So please, the Works Department, when they are coming tomorrow, let them come with the details of that contract.
Okay, ma'am.
Details of the contract, including the contractors.
Yes, ma'am.
Because if we have not started using the institution and there's a problem, then they need to go back and get the job done.
Yes, ma'am.
Details from award to finishing and payments. Please, pass the information to them. Okay, I think you've answered a bit of questions because I was going to ask you how many postal centers do we have, remand homes and all that. And we've taken note of your plea to write to governors and interact with them to revive the remand centers. We've also taken note of the need for a collaborative workshop with the judiciary. I want more clarification on the Suleja prisons because there's a Suleja female prison. Is it part of the main, maybe maximum or minimum, medium prison that you have?
Okay. The Suleja Custodial Center is a medium security custodial center. It's right inside the city. And part of it is being used as a female yard inside the place in contravention of the present act. So that they are still using it. There was a construction of a new Suleja medium security custodial center outside the Suleja township. It's a very big place. At a point, because of security concerns in the location of the custodial center and the structure too, because it was very big and vast, it was gazetted and converted to a juvenile center for violent extremist offenders and women by the, yes, and women, yes. A section, because some children are very small, 9 years old, carrying weapons, 10 years old, 11 years old. So, and women too. It is, I think the philosophy is that children may not be able to harm women. And they will actually be in different places. So that is where it was gazetted. Unfortunately, there was even plans to bring children from different places. But up to now, it has not been actualized.
So what are the hindrances to its utilization?
The hindrances is the structure itself. The fence is in some places. You know, when there is a new structure and it's not put to use immediately, some of these cracks happen. So because there are no inmates there, some of them are cracked, some wind has blown them off. So it is a very beautiful
And it's a new building.
It's a completely
Again, when was it built?
It is the works people that can still answer that.
Please, that's the second thing Works is coming with, the details, please.
But I'm sure it's less than 5 years.
Let's have the details from your Works department. Because government cannot spend so much money building structures, then we don't use them.
Yes.
And then we are saying that the existing ones are overcrowded.
Yes, yes. So that one is there with a minimum expenditure. That one can be reinvigorated and it can either serve the purpose it's meant for or to be converted and gazetted for another purpose. But there's no female prison or custodial center in Suleja. They coexist with the male.
Within the main
Yes,
one.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
And even that place, the structures are so, the female place is small. There was a building that cracked sometime 2 years ago, and the CG ordered that it should be brought down for the sake of inmates' life. It was brought down, and work started on it. But for that 2 years now, I'm not sure the work is up to 30%.
For fence?
No, not fence. It's
The main,
block-
so, okay. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a bit of questions based on the observations of the panel members that went to Ilori and Abeokuta.
Yes.
You've told us how people are admitted into booster centers, and but we have Nigerian Correctional Service officers in those locations.
Yes.
And when warrants are brought, we are not able to establish where these warrants are coming from. For us to be hearing that the children were not even taken to the courts. So where are those warrants coming from? Are they coming from security agencies? Do security agencies have the right to sentence children to the booster centers without taking them to the courts? And why do we not have vocational centers, schools in Ilori Booster Center? That is Ilori. In Abeokuta, they found some inmates with mental health challenges, and they have not been taken to any mental home. And I know that in Abeokuta we have a psychiatric hospital, I think one of the foremost in this country. And why have these inmates not been taken there? You may not be able to answer all the questions, but it's important that you speak to your in charge and make sure that the right things are done. It's not enough to chain people. It's not even allowed for you to chain them without them having proper assessment and treatment. I hope you are taking notes.
Yes,
you talked about the panel, or maybe the permanent secretary, assisting to ensure that in the current recruitment process, we take into consideration staff for the postal institutions and the fact that recruitment should be decentralized. And I want to ask a simple question. Because when you were talking, you said teachers are the kind of people that are recruited there. And so that means that they have at least NCE or even a first degree. So I want you to juxtapose that to the provision of the law that puts appointment, promotion, and discipline for graduates under the purview of the board. And two, who declares the vacancy for recruitment? It's definitely not the investigative committee. It's not the Ministry of Interior. It is the institution that declares the vacancy to the board for occupation. So it comes back to you that you must declare vacancy based on your needs assessment. And so you cannot throw it to us. So I'm taking it back to you. And so if you haven't done that in this 2024 recruitment that is being considered, then it's very important that you put it in your 2025 vacancy declaration for recruitment. And also talking about making provision for food for children born to female inmates. Who prepares the rationing needs? Who makes the budgets? It's Nigerian Correctional Service. And so you must put things right into your appropriation and make a proper budget. Budget is ongoing right now for 2026, both for personnel and for the nation. I'm sure the call circular will soon be out. So please do what you are supposed to do. And don't think it's the ministry you will push it to. I don't have a role in that. Yes, you are agencies that are completely independent. The ministry only supervises. Who is to ensure that the postal institutions are gazetted? You said only Abeokuta is gazetted. Kaduna and Ilori is not gazetted to take offenders under 18. Who is to ensure the gazetting? Yes. You answer my question, will be noting it.
Yes. Can I answer this one?
Okay, I should pause.
Yes. Let me start from the last one. At present, the CG is making effort, and I think that effort is over 1 year old, to gazette the other postal institutions so that they can take offenders, young offenders that are on remand, into their incarceration. And the establishment of other posters too. The bill is presently in the House of Representatives. Then this recruitment issue, I cannot say it should be decentralized. I say in the past, when it was decentralized, it is easier to take NC teachers and people with social works background into postal institutions. I'm making an appeal that even in the present 2025, such people should be considered because of the the special situation of booster institutions, so that it will not be for all comers. At least grade 2 secondary school teachers, NC teachers, people with guidance and counseling background, psychologists, and teachers, social workers. Most of these subjects too, you have them at diploma levels. Even social works, NC is more or less like a diploma program too, and they are involved in this present recruitment. So we urge that the ministry assist us in that area. As for Abeokuta mental issues, sir, the medical doctors are here. I'm sure they have taken note. When we get back to the office, they will do due diligence. They can send somebody to go and investigate the issue and take necessary action. Thanks for the information. Then Ilorin Booster Institution was originally a halfway home. It was not built as a booster institution like Kaduna, for example. It was a halfway home where inmates that are about to be released after the expiration of their sentence, where they can stay for 2 weeks as a pre-detention space, or after discharge. They stay there for some time. NGOs assist them to get used to the outside environment, assist in reintegration. That was more than 30 years ago. So at a point, the place was converted to a booster institution. Maybe that is why it lacks some of these workshops and probably schools. So, but in fairness to the CG, sir, not long ago, the same Ilorin was, something went wrong about this age of 18. The CGC sent a team and did some corrections that time. We'll still take back the information to him. And I'm sure the issue of workshops, and particularly the age issue, will be taken care of as quickly as possible. That will be a priority. They are not, okay. So if they are not functioning, the ITP will maybe send somebody to go to the place to look at the place and see what can be done for the workshops. Since I'm even in the inmates training and productivity now, I think I will take that as a priority. Send somebody so that they will revive the place. But I can beat my chest for Kaduna. The schools are working well. It's a JAM center, it's a YX center, and there are tailoring and other places. The last time I visited the place, it may not be perfect, but I'm sure it's better than Ilorin, because Kaduna was built specifically as a booster institution. So that is why possibly it is better. So I think as for the food for the children, we will still take that back to the CG for immediate action. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Abeokuta needs an urgent intervention because there's no water in Abeokuta booster home. Sanitation is very poor, extremely poor. No human being should be in that location based on the sanitary things that we saw. So we are not waiting for a report of investigative panel. You know, along the line, we've been doing a lot of things as we find them. So as a matter of urgency, you need to report to the CG, and a team should be dispatched to Abeokuta to look at the sanitary situation and rectify. We can't put up the pictures of what we saw there. Is horrible. So it's an urgent thing that needs to be done. Then the second one is on Ilori.
Yes.
Whether it's a booster home or a halfway home, it must be clearly defined. And having clearly defined it, you also have to look at the inmates. The situation where you have 30 to 43 years old in a booster home or halfway home is not acceptable. And a lot of transactions are going on. So please, you need to go and investigate it. Let's define what it's supposed to be. And then based on that definition, those are the people that should be there. Those who are not meant to be there should be moved out immediately. ACG, yes, immediately.
We'll do that.
So you will come back to the ministry within 4 weeks, okay, with evidence of compliance.
4 weeks.
4 weeks is enough for you to sort out the problem.
You hear?
Whatever it is. 4 weeks. I'm not saying 2, 4. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Like we told you from the beginning, we are not doing this to indict anybody, but to get things done properly and give dignity to the inmates of any of our locations. So please, you need to get that done and report back to the ministry within 4 weeks.
We'll do that, ma'am.
I'm aware that Federal Executive Council has approved the memo on the amendment of both your 2024 bill and also that of the Children and Youth Correctional Institutions. This was approved within the last Federal Executive Council. And it is very important that we run with things that we need to run with and stop hiding under a lot of things that we shouldn't hide on.
Yes, ma'am.
Under. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I wanted to ask a question. Sorry, please. There was something. Just, when you were presenting, we just skipped off my mind. There was mentioning about the number of busters that we have, but that is only 3 functioning.
Yes.
I wanted to know what is the plan regarding the activation of those busters, because I recall, for example, you mentioned Abeokuta, Ilorin, and Kaduna, and there is obviously none in the south, southeast. So what is happening with the people who are in those facilities? Is there anything you would want to speak to us about?
Yes, for Kano, there has never been anybody taken to that place as a buster, as a student, because the inmates are still occupying that place. So Kano is gazetted on paper that it has not started functioning as a buster institution. For Gwako, the place was actually...
Where is that located?
It's in Abuja here, Gwagwalada area here. Yes, ma'am. There is an issue about that. It was actually a remand home. But before around 2023, it was donated to the Nigerian Correctional Service. It's not concluded, but we are in occupation. They asked us to take over. I personally sent armed squad and some staff to go and take over the place. But there is even a principal is there for the past 2 years. Unfortunately, there is a private remand home in that place. The private remand home, I don't know the connection they had with the Ministry of Social Welfare of FCT. So all attempts to rejuvenate that place and to make it a fully functional booster, those private remand homes, they have frustrated our effort. And there are children in that place that are no more children. Grown-up adults are there.
Please, what's the location of this remand home?
It's by the express on the Gwagwalada.
What do you call it?
Gwako.
Spell it.
Gwako.
Close to Gwako. So if you go there today, you see our armed squad personnel guarding the place. You say the other conventional staff, including a principal, they have been working in that place for more than 2 years. And while I was controller of correction in FCT2, the CG specifically sent a team of architects and some other workers from the national headquarters to come and look at the place so that they can remold it and start admitting children from this place into the booster. Unfortunately, because of this face-off.
So this is supposed to be the proposed booster center
for
FCT.
For FCT. So we even have some documents to show that this place was actually given by the FCT. But because these people are interfering and we don't want to take law into our hand by asking them to vacate the place forcefully, we have to tolerate them. At a point, it was even divided into two. One place for the remand home and the other one for the booster. But there are issues about the real ownership. But we are in occupation.
But FCT allocated it or handed it over to you?
They handed over to even me as a person.
Do you have the documents?
There are some documents.
There is a new twist.
Okay.
Last week, the head of service of FCT visited the Controller General, and I was invited to receive her. While we were discussing on the issue, a new twist came up that they don't want to give us outright. They want us to lease it. They want to lease it out to us, of which since the tenure of Nababa, this one came up. We rejected that option of lease. We suggested that if they want to give us outrightly, let them just give us. Now, she suggested that we should write to the FCT minister. She will help us to follow up the matter so that the CG will see the FCT minister on the matter. That's why we are. This is what happened last week.
Thank you very much. But the honorable panel can assist us to choke them out.
Okay, so you said this private home remand home is being run in collaboration with Ministry of Women Affairs or Humanity?
Of FCT.
Ministry of what?
Social welfare.
Social welfare. That's the Social Welfare Secretariat.
Yes, of FCT. The place is so big that even if they divide it into two, it will serve.
Okay, so what you are going to do on this issue is good. You were the controller of FCT when the place was handed over to you. So please bring up a status report of this with all the documents you have to the ministry. Again, 2 weeks. 4 weeks will be too long for that. So 2 weeks.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
The other ones.
Which other one?
The other buses you've been giving
us.
Okay.
So that is as far as Kano and Guako is concerned. So nobody has ever been enlisted. No student has ever been enlisted in those two places. As for Enugu, there was a principal appointed for the place too. But I'm sure Ogashewu will know better with that, the status of that one.
Two, there is issue of ownership. It was not fully handed over to us, but we are following it up. God willing, before the end of the year, we will get on. We'll conclude that one. And
do you have inmates there or students?
No.
Do you have staff there?
Yes.
Yes. Few with the principal and few.
So you have staff that were paying salary and they are doing nothing?
Just to secure the place, otherwise we'll lose it.
How many staff do you have there?
15.
You are guessing?
Yes. We'll look at the numbers.
I'm looking at your face. How many more booster centers are in such kind of situation?
Only these three.
We have two that was gazetted. That one too is on paper. It's supposed to be the Yola old prison. They're supposed to move the inmates to Yola New, but that has not been done.
Has Yola New been built?
Yes, of course. It has been operational for more than 10 years now.
So if it's been operational for 10 years, it's no longer new?
That's the name, Yola New.
That's the name?
Yes, ma'am.
And so why haven't they moved the inmates?
Well, I really don't know.
Okay, I think what we need to do, we all seem to be playing, but we need to wake up and do some work. So you are going to send to the ministry the status report of all the booster centers that have been completed, whether gazetted or ungazetted. When you bring the status report, then we know what to do next. And of course, you know that gazetting squarely lies on the correctional service, and you need to start the process for gazetting, because we need to be a little bit more serious than what we are doing. And if the bill has been passed, then you need to get to operations, so that you can't say there's no legal framework. So what you are doing was illegal. Now you have legal framework backing you up. So let's get down to operations, because what we've seen, we've been to correctional centers in well over 20 states, okay, in the course of this investigation, and 28 states. And we found out that you just lump underage with adults, and it's honestly not fair. So let's bring a detailed status report on all of them, because I see no reason why Yola should not be functional. If you already have a prison that is functional for 10 years that you're supposed to move these inmates to, and it is okay for us to lock it up again, keep staff there, and yet not use it for the purpose for which it is designated to be used. Thank you very much.
But some inmates are still in that Yola.
They are meant to be out.
Yes.
Why can't we move them out and operate this as a booster center? Because I'm sure if we go to Yola, did anybody go to Yola amongst, was it one of the states we went to? That's Adamawa.
Yes, it was part of the November edition. So we have a full report on Adamawa. This was in November. Adamawa was part of
I'm
November.
sure
Yes.
we will have young people inside the main prison.
We have them. We were there.
Thank you. Very good.
Now work and submit your status report. So all the status report, 2 weeks.
There's one for 4 weeks.
The one for 4 weeks is, I wrote it here now. Infrastructure. It's Abiyokuta that is 4 weeks. That is for you to sort out all the infrastructural problems, sanitation, water, and all. To sort out the people, that's Ilori. And then Abiyokuta is the sanitation.
And water.
All for 4 weeks.
Yes. Not all. ACG. Ilori. Those overage that are in the booster center, it's first for you to define the status of that center. Is it a booster center? Halfway home? After you define it, what age of people should be there? And then you sort it out within 4 weeks. Abiyokuta, no water, sanitation is terrible. That needs to be sorted out immediately. Immediately, but I said you provide evidence of action to the ministry within 4 weeks.
Yes, my Ilori is already defined. I said in the olden days, over 30 years ago.
So if it's Ilori is defined, why do we have 30 years up to 43 years? More than 70% of the occupants are in that age range. So that's what you need to sort out. Okay, thank you. And then the 2 weeks is for the, is for the status report of all the booster centers to be sent to Ministry of Interior. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Correctional Service, for your presentation and for your responses to the questions. I also would like to thank all of the people who have spoken. But there are two other issues that we have on our agenda, and we're just going to bring it up so that we can address it. Now, if you recall, as part of the discussion, if you look at your agenda, the very first point talks about issue of children and young persons in custody, looking at examining the conditions of juveniles in correctional facilities, compliance with child protection laws and alternatives to incarceration for the minors. A lot of that we've dealt with already, and we've taken the responses to it. But then there was also the issue about the relationship between the Nigerian Correctional Service and the administration or administrators of the remand homes or approved schools and other relevant government agencies that are key in terms of addressing young offenders. This is the time to speak on this issue before we then go to the last part of it. And the key question here is, what are the kinds of things that should be done? You know, has there ever been any interface between the Correctional Service and these agencies? So take, for example, in Lagos, we have almost close to 3 or 4 different facilities for young offenders, even designating by gender, from approved schools to busters and all of that. So has there been any relationship? And if not, what are the kinds of steps that you would commit to think that should be taken? Because, as we said, even the issue about the very first part about mapping, do we know all of the states, all of the states that have young offenders facilities that are governed by government? Because the last part is to talk about the non-governmental aspects, I mean the non-state actors. So this is the time to speak on this matter. What do you see that can be done? What have you done in the instance, if at all? If it's possible to speak to us on that. On what do you see that or recommend that should be done to have that interface? And there are 2 points around this. First is because we have wider location, we have a higher number of locations that have these facilities. Meanwhile, your act is already telling you that you need to have young offenders facilities in all the states of the Federation. So do you have that process? What is the key thing, both in terms of mapping and what needs to be done? Whilst you are making your presentation, you have already asked that governors should be told to do something. But we are now asking, what are the key steps that the Correctional Service ought to take or is already taking regarding this? And once we close on that, we would deal with the last part, yes. Do you know all of the states that have young offenders facilities that are not manned by you?
We don't know, but we can find out. As for interface, it's on, okay. As for the interface, the Nigerian Correctional Service is a federal government agency. The state government remand homes, they are manned by state governments. The private ones are also manned by private NGOs or individuals. So to that extent, we don't have any legal backing before until this new act. So now that we have an act that empowers us to work on these things, I think we can now report back to CG, set up a body, how we can be meeting, and how we can interface with them to build, to reach a particular standard. But as of now, I'm not aware of any form of meetings on formal basis. The assistance we give, they are all informal. We give assistance to them in terms of food, drugs, especially the ones that are close to us.
Who you give to you to
remand homes.
How do you give them food? How do you give
Yes,
them
there
food?
are remand homes that are very close to the prisons.
So who
just
supplies
assistance.
who supplies the food you give them?
It's just corrections. But sometimes there's leftover from the ones that inmates eat.
Okay. So from, I think from the clear thing, it is important to at least know where they exist. So it's something as simple as even your state controllers
they
can give a information regarding where they do exist.
Yes.
The state controllers or designated staff can visit and give you status report of how those facilities look at, so you know what their status is and all of that.
Yes.
And then there is also the issue about having a way to engage with them. So whether it's through the administration of criminal justice monitoring committees in all the states, or the justice reform teams in all the states, or meeting with both the Attorney General of the state and the Chief Judge of the state, those kind of coordination meetings can bring up this matter and then ask them, how can the issue of juvenile justice be addressed in the state? I want to also flag, and you can cite for them this alteration to the Constitution that I said happened on the 17th of March, 2023. So Correctional Service, yes, used to be in this exclusive legislative list. Now is in the concurrent legislative list. At least that level of partnership before any formality can be able to be identified. So I'm wondering if it is possible that that list concerning all of the
remand homes
where they are and young offenders facilities, because some of them, like in Lagos, they have the ones they call approved schools and all that. If we can have the list and the status report on them, and then so that you know their needs, the status, maybe if they're doing well or whatever, so we can begin to identify. It would be good if you can send that to the panel before at least we conclude our report. That would be quite useful. There was one comment I wanted to add, because when you were talking about the work, the trainings, you talked about them being more of teachers and all of that. But if you look at your standing order 181, it was very specific in terms of juvenile psychology. It says that all custodial officers, especially those that serve in postal institutions, shall be trained on juvenile psychology and effective management of young offenders. So there is the general training. There is also something that is necessary for the specific officers that are going to these facilities, not just about them being teachers. So I'm wondering if this is something that can also be infused into the training institutions and having a special thing for those you send to the Boston, so that at least you can comply with 181.
Okay. At present, we are even doing curriculum development. And on Thursdays, some of these, we do have Thursday lectures all over Nigeria. So in the Boston institutions too, their topic is mainly on treatment of Boston students. So I'm sure they are doing it, but we'll involve it more in the curriculum.
That would be good. You can also send us a sample of the timetable that you use in the social so we can see.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And welfare courses too. I'm just being told that there are welfare courses. I don't know that Ogasho can.
There are welfare training that we train all welfare officers that man all these postal institutions. It's about 3 months course. All welfare officers all over the country have undergone that training, and all these requirements have been taught in those courses.
Okay. Is there anybody that wants to speak to this particular issue in terms of how to promote better coordination between what is happening at the correctional service in terms of management of young offenders and the existing facilities that are at the state? Do we have any suggestion, any comment before we move on then to our last topic for the day? Okay, so let's go to this other point. If you look at the agenda, you would notice that there is this issue about informal places of deprivation of liberty for children and young persons. including for those struggling with drug addiction. And here we want to know how these persons are identified, how they are registered, how they are assessed, the kind of detention conditions, the standard of the program and treatment, and monitoring and oversight. Now, we are aware that these facilities do not fall under the ambit of the Nigerian Correctional Service. But this is important to look at if, for example, we're talking about what needs to be done, because at the moment, there is a gap. Who is overseeing? Is there a possibility of a role? Is there any experience you have in this sector? Do we have an agency that documents where these places exist and can visit, like the panel have just visited correctional centers? Who is visiting these informal facilities? I also want to call the National Human Rights Commission. You are here. And it would be good if this is also a good time you can give us some of your thoughts. And any other feeder also, and any other agency, this is important to speak to this issue so that we know exactly what needs to be done concerning this. The United Nations, during the last periodic review of Nigeria, did ask that all places where people at liberties are deprived must be accessible to oversight mechanism. And the National Human Rights Commission, perhaps if you are speaking to this, given also that you have been designated to serve as the national preventive mechanism for Nigeria, which should also have a role in terms of oversight. So please, it would be good that we can see if we can get any feedback. Correctional Office Service, it would be if you have any thoughts around this, so that the panel can note this issue. You can, if you want, you can use this. Does anybody, want to speak on this, because it is a very important point, even as per asking who has the oversight of those facilities. So you want to please? Can you take this if you want? You want to, because without this they can't see you, so you need to be. So when you come in, you just introduce yourself. Yes, please. They will come in so that you can take. You can, anybody, yes, come on first. Let her speak, then you can take on this. Please, just your name and which organization you represent.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mujirayo Ogunlano. I'm a committee member, the committee on the section on public interest litigation of the Nigerian Bar Association, so I'm representing them. So, it's quite interesting that Doctor had, mentioned this issue of these particular remand homes that, they are functioning, operating outside what we would agree as a formal setting for correctional and remand homes. So I was having a conversation with my colleague, and she mentioned something about NAPTIP, that if you want to have a shelter, for instance, in Abuja or in Nigeria, you need to register with NAPTIP for you to be able to operate your shelter. I think that is very, very instructive in this kind of circumstance, that no private remand home should exist outside the correctional service. And this should be mandatory. And that every supervisory role would be given from the correctional service for them to operate, whether they are private or not, whether they are from civil society or not. Otherwise, the confusion would persist, and then we would have all these loose ends that we're talking about at this meeting at this time. So I think that is one way that we can look forward in respect of this issue. Thank you.
That is from Speedel. And Speedel, I know you noticed that Nigerian Correctional Service officers started clapping for you. Please, can you come so that we can see, and then yeah. It will be good to hear the position of the National Human Rights Commission on this matter, if they're in the room. And NDLE. NDLE is here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Duru Regina, the National Coordinator, Reggie and Henry Amazing Grace Foundation. We work in slums and communities, and by extension, we work with other NGOs in prisons. My concern this afternoon is about the addiction, the drug addiction. And you know, people with this issue, sometimes I begin to wonder what they're actually even doing in the correctional centers. I don't know, is it that they stay there for some time and they stop taking the substance? But I think the essence of putting them there is for them to get better. And I don't see rehab going on there. So at this point, I think there has to be a marriage between the correctional center and the NDLA. NDLA centers, I know, are not for free. So most people cannot afford it. Is there how you can step in as a government so that there will be, you know, you bring these two together, that people with these issues are not just kept in prisons, but rather NDLA can take up this challenge, you know, you have this interface. That people, somebody who is abusing drugs, we all expect that the person is being treated, is being cared for to the point where this person is either, you know, doing better or completely out of drugs. So I think there has to be an institutional framework here so that we can check this even for the centers where they are, remand homes where they are being kept. Who is overseeing it? I think it's also a work for NDLA in marriage still with you, so that we will always have less of these people in our facilities. They just go there, after some time they're released, they come back again and continue to be nuisance. We see them a lot because we work in slums. They are the same people, they tell you, no, be made they carry me go there. Small time now, go come back again. And they come back and they still abuse these drugs. So we don't want a situation where they go in and out. We want them better citizens. That when they come out, they will be able to face their lives, become taxable citizens, become useful people. So we think there's a gap here and it should be taken note of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And NDLEA, do you want to say something? Please, man. There's a hand earlier than. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Utractola Deolu Timothy Olariwaju from Fasasi Youth Foundation. Firstly, I would like to commend the efforts that were put together by the Ministry of Interior and the Correctional Service. But having said all this, I think there is a way we can use to adjust all the problems that we have been facing earlier. And part of the problem, my thinking was that if there is a way we can have a set of people, maybe that comprise the Correctional Service, the Ministry of Interior, maybe civil society, Human Rights Commission, and then those people that have been bring together will be the one that will be going from one place to another each year to look about the situation that is happening in each correctional service center that we have in Nigeria. Because it's quite unfortunate that if the problem has been facing this agency for over 10 years and still yet we are still deliberating about the problems. Ultimately, there is a system that is checking all these things. We won't have the same problem that we have been, the same problem will not be repeating itself again. Because now, thank the Permanent Secretary made mention of a particular thing that, okay, if something has been there for over 10 years and still yet you are still repeating the same things. So if we have these people put together and then every year there will be a report and under the mandate, and we can still review their membership in the sense that we won't have the same set of people for 5 or 10 years to avoid any corruption. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just to speak, okay, maybe I will do that later. There's a hand there. Can you give me a microphone, please?
Thank you very much. Waris Senimboraf Pepu. I work for Center for Empowerment and Advocacy. I salute the ingenuity and sagacity of the chairman for all that has happened. In my organization, we say data. Behind every data is a human being, and we're looking at the dignity of the human person. And the data that is being paraded so far, I'm not quite satisfied, because we have not really realized the importance of data in our daily dealings. And I didn't quite hear when you asked about the South-South, the correctional centers and all that was going on. What I heard, so speaking, was about the North and the North Central. Even Abuja, later, I heard of a place called Gwaku, which wasn't even captured in the first place. So I'm looking for a situation where at the click of a finger, we will get exact. The question was asked ab initio. How much persons are in some of this center? I only heard the number of centers, and I didn't hear quite, though I wasn't there too when it was answered. So I didn't quite get a satisfactory answer about data. So we know, because currently my organization is part of the organization pushing for voting rights for inmates. So we know exactly where we are heading. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would ask the Correctional Service to make their response that you wanted to mention earlier on this subject matter, whatever idea you have on this. And then the questions that were asked, perhaps this may be a good time to talk about your statistics and what you currently have and the information that was given. And the fact that you had mentioned there were 6 busters, and they also mentioned, you also mentioned the one about Enugu, you can also, which is in Southeast. So you can also mention that. Then I'm told that somebody wants to speak on Zoom, so I would rather we hear that person before you give, in case if the question is coming to you. But please, when you are speaking, it would be good to look at section 21 and 22 of the Nigerian Correctional Service Act of 2019. And these sections speak specifically in terms of the various visitors to and inspection processes for custodial centers. You will notice there are about 4 different types of it. You can speak to them and tell us the ones that are currently activated or not activated. If they are not activated, you need to let the panel know why and what you see that you may have to do in relation to this. Let's please hear the person from the Zoom. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished panel. My name is Muchiru Kumadete from UNICEF. I'm supposed to be in the hall, but due to circumstances beyond my control. So I want to speak on 3 things, and I want to seriously commend the Nigerian Correctional Service for the information provided so far in this forum. I have 3 observations to make regarding their presentation. And the first is what the last speaker has started speaking on, which is on information management system. Because for any effective governance of correctional facilities, especially for juvenile, it is required that we have a real-time information management system. And that appears to be lacking. So as part of areas where we can improve on is the information management system that require correctional facilities, whether the Nigerian Correctional Service or the remand home, to send on regular basis, monthly, weekly, information on children or juveniles in these facilities, and the institutions remanding them and their dates in court. That would enable for effective governance. The second thing I wanted to speak on is that it has been shown by research and also from field experience that detaining children is not as effective as providing children in community-based rehabilitation through if you provide community-based rehabilitation services through diversion, that would be more effective and it saves money. So I'm asking, knowing that the budget for 2026 is ongoing, as the Honorable Permanent Secretary said, will it be possible for this panel to make that note that diversion is weak in Nigeria? And diversion simply means supporting children right from the very first time they show sign of delinquency, with following up on them with social welfare services and ensuring that they are either in school or in vocation and they are getting adequate parenting. To what extent will this panel make this note that this is lacking and this is why so many children are coming into the correctional institutions instead of being rehabilitated or reintegrated in their community. Then the last and the final point that I want to make is we welcome the recommendation by the Distinguished Permanent Secretary asking for urgent attention to be made to revitalize and govern effectively the foster home in Nigeria. We're excited about it. We would like to be part of it because from this we can now have even the real-time information about what the situation is when compared to the report of 2024 that we had that in 5 years, over 138,906 children and young persons have made their way. We would like this visit to inform what has changed since that report. I would like to thank the panel once more for this opportunity. Bye.
UNICEF, I'm sure you had some people clapping for you on the background. Thank you very much for those questions, and thank you so much also for what you've indicated you would like to be part of. Thank you. So I would want to call the Correctional Service now to speak on this issue as much as you can. Also respond to the questions if that is possible. And please do not forget to speak specifically to the issue of Section 21 and 22 of the Nigerian Correctional Service Act of 2019. Thank you.
Sorry, sir.
The chairperson and the members of the honorable panel, the general audience too. I've been at the ICT unit for more than 1 year. So I can, with all sense of modesty, I can say that the influence of the Honorable Minister have been made to bear on the activities of data generally in Nigerian Correctional Service. Traditionally, numbers is the most important thing in Nigerian Correctional Service right from its inception. Even when there was no internet, the report of numbers is one of the most intensive management activities in correction services. Now that there's internet on hourly basis, at the touch of a button, even in my phone there, if you touch it, you see the latest number of inmates, because the data of inmates is not static. Some come, others go on hourly basis. So we are trying our best to do that. And since the coming of the Honorable Minister, one of his cardinal objectives is to improve on this issue of data. And we thank God for the past 1 year. Once there is an issue or there is a request for any type of biometrics, the CG is able to produce it promptly. So much that in about 1 or 2, 3 weeks ago, there was an incident. And because of the promptness of bringing out these biometrics and relevant data, most of the dailies even praised the Honorable Minister for making us to do the needful and for pushing us in such a way that we are able to achieve that status. So we have SIMS, Correctional Information Management System. It was established about 7-8 years ago, and it has been undergoing transformation. At present, we have the number 18, the 18th phase. This 18th phase consists of image biometrics, relationship with other, creating a collaborative effort with other agencies. A whole lot of information are contained in this. As I speak, with the supervision and the approval of the Honorable Minister, the Nigerian Police and Nigerian Correctional Service, we have a collaborative effort now, such that if they want to do anything that has to do with criminal data, crime data generally, there is an interface between us that at the touch of a button, they will have all the information with us. And we also have that relationship with the Attorney General of the Federation, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, and others. These are in progress. They are not perfect yet, but we are working on all this and we are achieving information. In the past 1 year, there's never a situation where a particular inmate's information or data is needed that we have failed. And November, December last year, I can count more than 10 faces here that went to about 10 states in the Federation to capture the number of inmates on ground. And to the glory of God Almighty, all of them came back. The numbers we gave is what they saw on the ground. So we don't play with data, we don't play with numbers. The numbers, I may not say they are 100% correct, but every day the CG is making effort to make sure he gets the rating. You go to his office, there's a particular board. On the daily basis, any information that is needed, the number of inmates, those that have gone to court, those that have not gone to court, the reasons for their not going to court, the number of adjournments in the court, all these things are being captured and we are working on them. Apart from SIMS, the Honorable Minister brought on board e-border. It means collaboration with immigrations, civil defense, Nigerian Fire Service, with Nigerian Correctional Service. And the domain is at the Federal Ministry of Interior, such that if there is any problem anywhere, this paramilitary can intervene as quickly as possible. It also gave us the opportunity to have cameras, e-fence. So there is cameras in some of the prisons that were, some of the custodial centers that were chosen for this particular project. It is the first phase. And more than 10 custodial centers, including Jos, including Kaduna, Zaria, and all some other states, even Port Harcourt, all over the country, they are choosing for this first phase. They have cameras, they have a lot of gadgets that make them to become smart custodial centers. This was done too. And of recent, not quite 2 weeks now, ROLAC has donated a lot of equipment to be used for capturing of data. And with all humility, the items are in the region of billions of naira. They just donated it, and they have transported them to different custodial centers. As at yesterday, both Old Benin and New Benin, that's Edo State, they have fixed those material, very expensive materials, gadgets, including systems that will be used. So as far as information is concerned, data capturing is concerned, we are trying our best to make sure we're on top of the game, and it is improving on a daily basis. This e-border has been concluded. There is a second phase, and the company just came on board. As we speak now, they are undergoing, they are doing research in different custodial centers. They want to make provision for more security and issues that has to do with inmates' welfare right inside the custodial centers. So we thank the Honorable Minister for all these efforts, and we hope that more will come. The issue of South-South, the Nigerian Correctional Service Act 2019 has already mentioned that all states of federation, there should be a booster institution established by federal government, And since we're in the concurrent legislative list now, it also follows that if a state government desires to establish 20 booster institutions, they can do it. They want to establish 3, they want to establish female one, they want to establish male one. Since it is on concurrent legislative list now, it used to be on the exclusive, such that state governors will say, we want to do this, they say they cannot do it. But as we speak, they are free to do it. And some of them have been showing interest, some of them have been making contact with the CG on how to draw up their rules, how to draw up the laws.
Recording in progress.
So those ones are going on. So South-South, like every geopolitical zone in Nigeria, is not left out. There is a prison in Bayelsa State as we speak, and it's a very big edifice, one of the most modern correctional services edifices in Nigeria. It's located in South-South. The one in Edo, inside Benin City, you have new and old. You have White House and you have Oko, and they are very mighty edifices. There are also farm centers in those places, so nobody is left out. So as for the visitors and visiting committees in corrections, if you look at our Act, Section 20 and 21, there's supposed to be this, somebody was saying there's supposed to be a sort of committee that will be going around to make sure the corrections is up to, or is making use of the public resources optimally. We already have all this. In fact, this 2019 Act is not the first time we are having them. We have always had a visiting and visitors committee. We have ex officio. We have the ones that are supposed to organize by the executive, both the president and the governors. We have the ones that are supposed to be organized by the legislator, as the National Assembly and whatever. Then you also have the judiciary, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, and every other judicial officer, including JPs. The law permits them to visit corrections. Then you also have individuals, people with relations, NGOs, and whatever. The doors of corrections is open. Whether you want to talk to the inmates, whether you want to contribute to the education or whatever, the doors are open, and people are collaborating with us. They are doing a lot of wonderful things. Just this last week, the other organization, Hope Behind Bars, approached us to collaborate with us at Dupa Farm Center. They have even mobilized to the station. So they are trying to establish fisheries and other farm practices so that the inmates will learn from this. And the CG has always opened our doors to such. As we speak now, they are already there. They are already making use of the place and are teaching inmates wonderful things. So, unfortunately, to activate some of these visitors and visiting committee, the resources are needed to do some of these things. These resources are not very much available because both the legislators, the executive, they needed to be reminded from time to time. It is the work of the CG or the controllers at state level that will activate some of these committees. So we have not been able to achieve maximum level in that, because if you don't go to Senate President or House of Rep that you have social responsibility, there's likelihood that they can forget. So I will take back the information back to the CG on activation of these committees. Meanwhile, that of judiciary is the one that is working very well. In most of the states in Nigeria, the judiciary they are assisting us. They come to the corrections in most cases on quarterly basis. Either sometimes the chief magistrate even come to inspect the cells, they come to inspect the food, come to check around. But the one that is more potent is that of the chief judge of states, and they have been doing it. Even recently, not quite 3 months, the chief judge of FCT was in Kuje, and Suleja 2, and that of Niger State was Suleja 2. And when they come, apart from releasing inmates that have stayed more than necessary, they also check our compound and make commendation. If it is dirty, if some inmates are suffering, they will ask us to bring our books, including where inmate statistics are entered. Even inmates ration register and money and property too. They will ask us to bring, they will check it. If inmates have problem, there and then, they resolve it. Most of the chief judges across the states, they are not always too friendly with us when they come inside the correction service. They correct us and we take corrections. So it is not true that there is nobody monitoring activities of corrections. The law permits it. Unfortunately, it's only the judiciary own that is working optimally. We'll take it back to the CG2 to make sure both the executive, the ex-officio, the legislators, so that those ones will be activated for more visits.
Just to also clear the records, we, in our visits, at least our team has done close to 12 states, not correctional centers, 12 states, and some states have up to 4, 5 correctional centers. Our finding is that correctional service is doing well with respect to inmate data. There is no correctional service center or facility we entered that we did not get data on entering one, and we also check to verify that the data given to us is correct. With respect to the people inside, those who have gone to court or where people are taken to other places, maybe emergency treatment. So for that, the assumption that data is a problem with correctional service, no. That we found that they are doing excellently well in that. Where we have issue with data, people under detention in other facilities. For example, we don't know how many people under NDLEA detention as we speak. We don't know how many under police detention, under DSS detention, under military detention, and different other agencies. But correctional service with respect to data, in terms of inmates, they are doing excellently well for so far, for what we found.
Okay, I'm sure
they won't clap. When I say the other side, they will clap.
Come on, clap for us now.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Their doors are actually open.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, their doors are actually open. We collaborated with them last week, between Monday and Thursday last week in Kefi Correctional Centers. We came to give skills to the female inmates. And you gave us all the support. I quite agree with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we would have the comments from this side, and then we'll do some bit of the summary from no, I know. The chairperson, the Correctional Service, was appealing to be allowed to go back. Okay.
But Secretary, just one appeal. I think we need to see how we can step up the counseling side, psychotherapy side with respect to juvenile and foster homes. A lot really need to be done on that side. We've talked about their training, their schooling, their vocational training, and then counseling, because we also found that the level of support they get on that side need to be upgraded so that you don't usually get maximum results when you lock up somebody that is on substance abuse and believe that after 2 years, if nothing deliberate is done about applying some therapeutic measures, that the person will simply move away from drug because he was incarcerated for 3 years. In some of the places we went, we found people who have stayed 3 years return back again on the same issue. And when we checked, it was simply because there's not much done in that aspect. Thank you.
I want to thank you very much for all your contribution. And to reiterate that when it comes to data for inmates, Correctional Service has the data at the click of the mouse. And that is why when there was the flood issue in Maiduguri and inmates escaped because we had their data, it was easy to get them back. So when it comes to data, we are good. And to openly thank ROLAC for the massive support we had now that they are giving us. ROLAC has been quite supportive, even in the work of this investigative committee. They've been a huge support to the ministry on this. Virtually, the logistics for visiting the 28 states was provided by ROLAC. So we want to thank them. And we also thank all the other NGOs who have supported us in one way or the other, all the agencies that have been here. We thank you. Without you, we wouldn't know how we would have gone, but you have all been so supportive. And in the course of these investigations, decisions are also being taken and implemented. We are not waiting for the final reports. We are all aware, I think the CG gave a press brief last week, where some indicted correctional service officers have either been retired, dismissed, demoted. So, and punishments melted out based on what they have done. People have also received funds that were not paid to them as at the time they left the service. And these were all directives from the investigative committee which have been implemented. So while the panel is still working, decisions that have to be taken are being taken. And we are grateful to all of you for the huge support. Thank you.
It's been a day. I'm sure you agree it's been a day. You've studied all through, and my task will be quite a very simple one, but please do note that once we close, we could give some few minutes for the media who would like to ask other specific questions to do so. But we will close before that. So I'm supposed to give a very quick summary whilst the Director Joint Services will give the vote of thanks. Okay. Today, we focus squarely on the issue regarding children and young persons that we find in places where the deprivation of liberty have taken place. We looked at the treatment of these young persons by the Correctional Service. We looked at the challenges that are faced by the Correctional Service in terms of implementing the provisions of the Nigerian Correctional Service Act of 2019 and the provisions of the standing order in relation to treatment of children, specifically sections 35, subsection 1 and subsection 2 of the Nigerian Correctional Service Act of 2019 was referred to. Section 13, subsection 3b, II, as well as subsection 4 of that section 13 were also mentioned, as well as the relevant sections of the standing order. There were clear directives given by the panels in terms of the need to bring a status report relating to all of the bosters that are managed by the Nigerian Correctional Service across the country, including specific directives given in relation to the bostel in Ilorin, which has to clearly have a clear categorization as to the status of that facility, whether it is a bostel or a halfway home, and to ensure that the classification of inmates will follow that pattern. Specific directive was given in relation to Abeokuta bostel in relation to ensuring that the issue of water and sanitation be equally addressed. The same issue of status report were demanded in relation to all of the bostel facilities across the country. It is also important to mention that we discussed the relationship between the Nigerian Correctional Service and state agencies that provide facilities for detention of young persons. Clear strategies were recommended as to what can be done to ensure effective collaboration, especially given the fact that correctional service is now placed in the concurrent legislative list. It was directed that the Nigerian Correctional Service need to do a mapping of all of the states to identify where the correctional custodial facilities for young offenders are established and the status of this. And this information is supposed to be made available to the panel as soon as possible. The final deliberation looked at the informal sector. We looked at what needs to be happening in terms of keeping young offenders in places where are not governed or administered or oversighted by governmental agency. It was mentioned that there is a need to have proper oversight of these facilities, and the need for correctional service to play a role here was also flagged. Issues such as data was discussed, and the Nigerian Correctional Service was commended in terms of its current status in terms of management of data. Issues relating to the provision of support by the rule of law and anti-corruption program of the international ideas relating to statistics, provision of equipment for data, as well as the support towards logistics for the panel was commended. It was also clearly stated that there are still a lot that needs to be done. Partnership was something flagged and should be continued. Specifically, Section 21 and 22 of the Nigerian Correctional Service Act of 2019, with specific instructions regarding the 4 different types of visits were flagged, and the need to ensure that the functions of those visiting centers as designated under Section 22 was mentioned. Then the necessary resources to make it happen was identified, and as something that needs to be captured within the budget. Clear indications regarding the role of the correctional service, both in terms of identifying the staff needs for its booster facilities was mentioned, that this needs to be reflected in the budget if it has not already been done. If it is not in the budget of 2024, that it should be put in the budget of 2025. Same also for the facilities that are required to effectively administer the proper treatment of young offenders within the correctional service purview, and to ensure that all of the good provisions that exist in the law are fully implemented. Finally, there were suggestions regarding the need to ensure that data in respect to the remand homes and what the state institutions are doing should be known, because at the moment, we do not have statistics regarding that. Also, the need to ensure support for diversion, utilization of non-custodial measures, and what otherwise known as alternative to imprisonment, should be applied generously for young offenders, and to ensure that oversight are strengthened and made to be on a continuous basis. We're part of the very, very intense discussion that happened this day, Monday, the 11th of August, 2025. This is a brief summary, but just to say to you that you can see that this has been very, very participatory. We've seen data and submissions from the Correctional Service, from different stakeholders, including civil society organizations, and the media. We even want more robust participation tomorrow. Tomorrow, starting time is 9 a.m. Please be seated before 9 a.m. I will also plead, 10 a.m. 9 is in my head. 10 a.m., the chairperson said. 10, so we have the grace. The chairperson doesn't want you not to sleep enough. So she said 10 a.m., please, but please be seated before 10 a.m. And we also will plead, go through all of the thematic issues for the remainder of the week, from now to Thursday. Please kindly register if on the speakers list indicates which session and which day you would like to speak and on what particular topic. And please do note, you can speak on different issues. It will help us to structure the discussion according to the various thematic issues. On the strength of that, I would ask now that we have the vote of thanks, which would be presented by our own person. He is the Director of Joint Services, Ministry of Interior. Please, let's receive him.
The Permanent Secretary and Chairperson, Investigative Panel, members of this panel, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Ministry of Interior and Independent Investigative Panel, I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to all of those who have made today's opening ceremony a success. First, our deepest gratitude goes to Honorable Minister of Interior for his unwavering leadership and commitment to transparency, accountability, and institutional reforms in the correctional system. We sincerely thank our chairperson and panel members for their dedication to the painstaking but vital task of unearthing the truth, strengthening due process, and recommending lasting solutions. To the distinguished dignitaries from legislation, judiciary, security, agencies, civil society, and development partners, we are grateful for your presence and the weight it adds to this process. We also appreciate the Nigerian Correctional Service for its cooperation and willingness to engage with the panel members, even in the face of challenging the scrutiny. This openness is a sign of commitment to reform. Special thanks go to development partners, civil society organizations whose technical support, advocacy, and partnership make this process stronger and more credible. To the media, we acknowledge your role in ensuring the Nigerian public is informed, engaged, and able to follow this important process with transparency. Finally, to our all invited guests and every participant here today, your presence sent a powerful message that we are united in building a correctional system anchored on justice, integrity, and respect for human dignity. As we proceed with this hearing, we count on your continued cooperation, support, trusting that together we will lay the foundation for a stronger, more accountable correctional service in Nigeria. On behalf of the Ministry of Interior, we thank you and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's been a day, and I think we have the national anthem. And please, on your way out, tea break has been prepared. Kindly serve it. Somebody is raising hand.
Yes, sir. I just want to make a bit of an observation from the brief summary of what has taken place today, as cited by the Secretary. In the budget proposal that you said that the Nigerian Correctional Service should input, I want to believe that you want to say if it is not in 2025 budget, it should be in 2026, rather than if it is not in 2024. Thank you very much.
Please note, it is if it is not in 2025 budget, it should be in the 2026 budget. Thank you.
Okay, may we please be upstanding for the national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria's old and proud to serve a sovereign motherland.
Yes. So the media, please, it will just be brief, 10 minutes. If you need questions, you can just come on this. Media, please. If there are questions you require, if you're okay, this is about the media. If you need to ask any further questions or clarifications, can you just be here?